A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to all the viewers. Welcoming you back to this wonderful final between Orcas 11 and Game of Aspirants Cricket Club. They're going to face off each other for this Uscc Ashes 30 overs red ball cricket tournament that's going to happen in a couple of minutes in MVR Cricket Ground, Chennai. It's been hot sunny day as of regular in April, mid-April. This is going to be an interesting contest to watch out for, with the best of the tournaments are going to face off each other as the game is going to begin in few seconds. But before that, we would like to head to you with the national anthem, as both the sides are standing up for the national anthem. Over to you.
Okay, bro. Brother, bro. இப்போ தான் பாருங்க ப்ரோ இப்போ தான் பாருங்க மைக்கை
இல்லை இப்போ நீங்கள் அதை ஆஃப் பண்ணுறங்க போதும், அதுக்கப்புறம் தேவையில்லை. கீழே வர
இந்த ஆட்டோவில் தான் இருக்குது ஆக்சுவலாக.
சரி விட்டுருங்க ப்ரோ.
உங்கள் நேம் ப்ரோ?
பாலாஜி பாரத்.
பாலாஜி பாரத். எங்கேருந்து வரீங்க ப்ரோ? பொன்னேரிலேருந்து வரீங்க? சரி.
ப்ரோ நீங்கள் அந்த பால்லாம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறங்க, கொஞ்சம் பண்ணி பாருங்கள், உங்களுக்கு கண் தெரியுதா பாருங்கள்.
ஓகே.
Well, few seconds, the match is going to begin. The wonderful final USCC Ashes 30 overs cricket tournament in this wonderful venue. As you could see, the players are getting ready, warming them up with a short fielding session before the game proceeds. Orcas 11, the team to look out for in this tournament. 6 matches played, won all the 6 games, and they have a wonderful track record throughout the tournament. They've beaten all the oppositions. They took all the 10 wickets of every opposition they faced in the tournament. So 6 matches, 60 wickets by their bowlers. that shows the kind of dominance that they've shown throughout the tournament. So they are the sure shot favorites. Still, this was a very long tournament, so the conditions would have changed. The players' form would be a concern to look out for. Keeping all these things in mind, anything might happen at this point of time. But yes, coming back to the performance range of Orcas 11, right from the first game, whether they bowl first or bat first, they had the mere dominance with the bat as well as with the ball. Especially that one thing that continued throughout the tournament was 10 wickets. Every opposition faced Orcas 11 have lost all their batters. In short, nobody have played 30 overs against Orcas 11. And on the other hand, we have seen the game of aspirants have been dominantly coming in the tournament. Knights 11 have been beaten by them. Game of Aspirants Cricket Club are in the finals by beating them in the semi-finals. So they'll be having tough chance to handle, but at the same time on a big day like a final, anything might happen. So the one who handles the pressure well, one who handles the day's tactics better, are going to make it happen for the day. We've seen the pretty common in T20 cricket, even in ODI formats. When it comes to limited overs cricket, it's about the day. Even though you will be having a majestic track record, you will be having good numbers. You can take teams like Sunrisers Hyderabad from 2024 IPL. Nobody have thought that they could lose a game, and that happened in the final. So it used to happen in a game of cricket. That's the biggest confidence that any final gives in a T20 format or even in a 30 overs cricket format. If you perform well, no matter who are your opposition, you could make it happen. So on that note, there will be even battle among these two sides, but there must be some careful measures in terms of approaching the innings. As you could see, the on-field umpires are walking on. You could get some big surprises, but in my view, batting first will always be a good choice when it comes to big stages. If you put some good total at the end of first innings, you could put your opposition under pressure, and rest will be taken care by the game, by the conditions. This is typical Chennai condition, hot and humid. And when you look at the wickets, there have been a bit of red soil nature, but still the hardness in the conditions and regular cracks that used to happen, it's going to help the finger spinners as the game proceeds. This is 30 overs cricket, so there will be something with the shades of T20 format and there will be something with the shades of ODI format. It's about the way how you're going to handle that. The discussions were going on. Big stage, big game. You must have to put your game plan in a right way. That's what they are trying to do here. Goacc. And the on-field umpires were ready. And when it comes to dimensions, this is pretty healthy conditions. Evenly handled boundary lines on both the square boundaries. The straight boundaries are a little longer, so this is going to be an even challenge for batters as well as bowlers. The outfield will support the batters. True conditions will support the batters, but at the same time, there will be something to purchase for the spinners as well. And don't forget, this will be played on red ball, so red ball cricket offers something for the pacers too. So multi-dimensional approach will be there, especially when you play cricket in such venues like MVR.
பேட்ஸ்மேன் காட்டுங்க.
And that's the moment as the batters were walking onto the field. So this is going to be an interesting battle of cricketing actions. Summer in Chennai have always been a treat for cricketers. They'll play games, they'll watch games. It's been cricket trivia for 2 months. And here at this venue, we're going to watch some quality cricket in action. And at the same time, speaking about this background performances, the track record, it plays a crucial role. But at the same time, I feel that the beauty of cricket is anybody could make it happen. So now Orcas 11 are batting first. We spoke a lot about their bowling capabilities. They've dismissed all the oppositions right from their first game. They played with Essence Cricket, 134 for 10 Essence Cricket when they played Orcas 11. OG squad were 144 for 10. Kolattur Knights 146 for 10. When you have such track records, sometimes teams will prefer to go for bowling, aiming that it would be their go-to option. But I'll say this may psychologically work well for them if they post good totals at the end of 30 overs. And tournaments demographics have shown us that there are pretty low totals, 283, 84, 98 too. But at the same time, there are 223, there are 250. So the margin of pair score in this venue has varied numbers, but you could settle down somewhere between 170 to 200 will be healthier, since this is final, so the margins will be little low. You can't expect 250s and 260s at such pressure and intense situations, as both the sets will be fighting each other equally. As the fielders being set in position, there is a slips in place. Gully in position, there is a third man. Point, cover point. A typical power play field positionings and little bit of aggression that's going to support the fast bowler. It surely be starting off with the pace. And when it comes to onside, this have been tradition. Only 2 fielders on the onside. Right from gully cricket to the professional level of cricket in Tamil Nadu, this have been a common understanding that placing most of your fielders on the offside, having a couple of slip fielders, might improve your chance of picking early wickets. Since it is new ball, the batter might get outside edge, so slips in place, gully in place, that attacking intent on the offside. But what happens is, if the bowler misses his line, if he tries to bowl onto the pads, eventually he'll lose up himself by conceding a boundary. We'll speak a lot about that. Now the first ball of this big stage. Strong shout straight away. Vijay and Madhu were the openers, and Said Jamil is getting a good start with the ball. Speaking about that ideology of placing most of your fielders on the offside, it's up to the kind of game plan that a bowler comes up with. Since in modern day cricket nowadays, most of the captains preferring to place fielders on square leg. One more time on to the pads. The same length that we're speaking about, when you don't have a fine leg in place, when you don't have a deep square leg in place, you don't have this freedom of bowling to the pads. And if the bowler knows that he will anonymously bowl onto the pads, he will automatically try focusing on invading the stumps. It's always important to place one deep fielder on the onside, square or fine, because with this kind of approach there is no much crucial role for slip fielder or gully fielder or even the third man that they are planning to place. But yeah, these are all playing some psychological game plans. What is the batsman expecting from you? That matters a lot. Straight away there is a fine leg in position now. As Said Jamil understood that he'll be ending up bowling onto the pads. Strong shouts, and that white signals the on-field umpire. Account opens here for Orcas 11. And there is no third man in position, there is slips A backward point, cover point, mid off extra covers, a little closer, full protection on the offside, and defensive approach on the onside. Speaking about the two format variations, the 30 overs cricket have been a healthier sign in Chennai's gully cricket culture as it provides both the value for cricketers. Oh, that continues out, and these were leaking runs, extra runs, and this time it ends up as boundary. First boundary is here. Said Jamil is conceding run even without consulting the batters. Speaking about the two-dimensional approach of a 30 overs format, there'll be times where you could approach the game as a ODI format, and there'll be times where you could approach it as a T20 format. So you have to play two formats in one game. That's the biggest pressure and that's the biggest opportunity that a 30 over game offers. Finally, he got himself onto the line. This sometimes happens to the most successful bowlers, most key bowlers of a side. The mainstream bowlers will find it difficult to find the rhythm when they bowl their first over. But once they settle themselves with the right line and length, things will happen. That's been pretty important at this point of time. They'll be planning to get that early breakthrough within the first 10 overs. So there'll be different shades. The thing that we are speaking about when it comes to T20 cricket, we'll be segregating it into power play, middle overs and death overs. So there'll be three stages of a T20 format. Similarly, when it comes to ODI format, oh, beautiful shot! Excellent stroke making as it gone past the boundary ropes, gets off the mark with that boundary. And that brings us to the end of the first over. Good shot by Vijay. Though it went a little closer to the fielder, I really loved the way how he allowed the ball to come late and played it as late as possible. 10 for no loss. Straight away, time for the revolution. This is the kind of change that modern day cricket have brought into cricketing fraternity. Trusting on the spinners in the new ball and red ball cricket in a limited overs game. Strong shouts, wicketkeepers closer to the stumps. And this thing, when you bring a spinner, it just didn't remove the pace of the game. It is also giving a different atmosphere to cricketers. Strong shout straight away. This is what I've been speaking about. The different mindset is about the wicketkeeper. When you face a fast bowler, you'll be having the wicketkeeper standing so far from the stumps. So that was a different vibe altogether. But when you have a wicketkeeper closer to the stumps, he'll be cheering the bowler, he'll be speaking something, he'll be noticing you. So what happens is, rather than focusing on the gaps, your mind will start focusing on the wicketkeeper. What if he stumps me out? What if I lift my foot? So that mindset blocks the batter's mental strength. A lot to speak about. This wicketkeepers coming closer, but this time it's in the air, but no problem as no fielder standing in the position, goes for boundary. This time it comes out from the bats of Madhu And he is getting off the mark with a boundary. Both the batters got a boundary of each. And little bit of patience coming on to play. If one attacks, the other goes defensive. But yes, it's up to the wicketkeeper. That'll be something for the wicketkeeper to do at this point of time. He could give some hint to the bowler. He could control the mindset of the batter. But this is beautiful shot. There is a man in deep. It'll be just a single to end this over. 15 for no less.
காலேஜில்
15 for no loss. Continues out with pace. But this fashion continues off over there. The previous shot, the last shot played in the previous over, had a bit of control. That was a flat delivery and Madhu put himself into the back foot. But the good thing is he never tried to find the aerial route. That's where this balance comes in. He tried to attack as a T20 batter, but at the same time it's a 30 overs format, so he also focused on the partnership. Tried to play it as grounded as possible. Inside edge, and it travels. Good outfield, usual in MVR, and that is offering the boundary over there. Welcome boundaries here for Orcas 11. Luck favors the brave here. The man tried for the cover drive. Was not a conventional stroke making, but somehow gets the runs over there. Madhu again. Poor thing is he bowled plenty of times onto the pads, but he didn't concede any boundary. He bowled one good delivery that eventually went on to be a boundary. It's really tough being a bowler in modern day cricket. Change of pace didn't work around their favour. Couldn't happen to listen a lot of speeches over there. There are a few cricketers trying to speak and motivating the bowler. Wonderful delivery. And the biggest challenge about playing cricket in Chennai is the hot and humid conditions. This is not going to be a warm and welcome situation for any fast bowler. So at this point of time, it's always important to maintain the rapport. That speech and encouragements and continuous clap from the fielders would encourage the bowlers to perform well, to bowl that one extra over. One more time. As you could clearly see, he's opening up his body and trying to push the bottom hand when he tries to play the cover drive. Wonderful stroke making. As it travels, once again the outfield supports the batters. Good work from the wicketkeeper. Covered the square boundaries and saves 2 runs for his side. .23 for no loss. Been a good start in the power play. Wonderful stroke making into the back foot, And it travels and reaches the boundary ropes. These are wonderful shots to watch out for. Even as a spectator, we were really loving to watch these kind of stroke makings. Look at that. Playing it as late as possible. And three fielders converging together reminds me of those golden days of cricket where Sachin scores a boundary and fielders were chasing and eventually it will reach the boundary ropes. Good stroke makings. This gives us the clarity on how Madhu approaches his batting. He's good at back foot. When you look at his wagon wheel, when you look at his stroke makings, not even a single run in the V form. Change of pace. That shows the kind of aggression when you score a boundary against a fast bowler. Typically that's the kind of ego that builds the battle. It's organic anyway. It's 27 for no loss. Continues out over there. Speaking about the Madhu's batting style, none of his runs have came at the V form. Most of his runs came at the point region, square leg region and fine leg region. And he tried to play it into the back foot. Late cuts, back foot punches, pull shots in good control. Though that's a very good sign in batting. If a perfect bowler finds that he could get that loophole as a wicket option. I'll continue speaking about that. But as of now, Vijay is on strike. Long on in position, deep square leg in position are the only two fielders at deep. Strike rotation is quite possible, but this is that one obstacle that they are facing. Short mid-wicket fielder is looking agile and active. Is not letting the batters to rotate the strike in or long on or either at the deep square leg region. Another wonderful work over there. Been a controlled over so far from Ishwar. One more good delivery as things were getting closer. This is adding a lot more pressure to Vijay, but Oswin Ray is not continuing. The skipper took the ball straight away. This shows that they're having a plenty of option with the spin, and the previous one would have been a boundary. Beautiful delivery, pitched at the right region and the line was perfect. The dot ball to end the over. Only one wide conceded in this over. That's 28 for no loss. One more time onto the back foot. A wonderful punch, and when this man plays it at late, nobody could stop it. Boundary again. Madhu is looking really good. A busy cricketer. On the other hand, we're having Vijay. No problem with that. If one batter goes attacking, if the other batter plays a responsible role, the entire partnership will be organic for the side. And one more time, that back foot punch. I think they should speak about his back foot strength. He's more of interested in playing it into back foot. Invite the batter into the front foot. Invite him to play the cover drive, on drive. That'll be wicket opportunity. Look, he's going on to the back foot. That's a trap. If the skipper finds it, maybe that would be the reason for Ishwar as he came to bowl the fourth over. Now spinners from both the end. One more time. These front-footed shots were not properly aligning, as he's opening himself, playing it into the back foot, and weight transfer have always been onto the back foot, though if it is a front-footed shot. That is a big trap. That is a big loophole for any batter. But again, once again, if that one loose ball is in action, this man never hesitates to punish them. One more boundary. Played it wonderfully. The way how Mahila Jayawardene plays that late cut. Look at that. Nobody could stop that going for boundary. Just time the ball, rest will be taken care by the outfield. They should definitely speak about this. Wagon wheel of Madhu's fully into the back foot, to be very honest. He's very comfortable playing it into the back foot. Flight the ball, invite him onto the front foot. There'll be a lot of opportunities in LBW. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. One more time. This is where the problems. He's frequently trying to bowl the quicker one. That's been getting punished in a regular interval of time. 5 overs completed, 36 for no loss. .36 for no loss. Change of ends here, but the revolutions are still there. The revolutions couldn't create any revolution in the game. Beautiful shot. That's lazy elegance coming into play. Going over the bowler's head is one of the most safest mode of scoring boundaries. When you look back at Kumar Sangakkara or any other classical batters, they'll prefer to go over the bowler's head. A wonderful stroke making that eases the pressure out from Vijay. But the biggest doubt is that it's a very good option to bring out spinners in action right into the power play. 2 off spinners to 2 right-handed batters. But if they have a left-arm spinner, it would be right to bring them in to the power play Even a leggy would be better since you're bowling onto the two right-handed batters. Good work behind the stump. Straight away flat delivery from the spinner. This was the two-way approach in modern day cricket. Flighter delivery, quicker delivery. Flighter delivery, quicker delivery. Rather than focusing on the direction-based variations, most of the spinners were preferring pace-based variations. Straight away long on in position and deep mid-wicket in position. Misfield offer them the extra run, and that brings back Madhu on strike, who is in 23 of 18 deliveries, 5 boundaries on his name. 3 of them came through the point direction. A cut shot, late cut, and a back foot punch. Strong shout. Still the bowlers are preferring to bowl flat to this batter. Madhu wants that to happen. If you bowl flatter outside the off stump, he'll try to cut it down or he'll try to punch it down to the sweeper cover or the point direction. I think they could go a little bit aggressive on Madhu by bowling a flighted good length delivery which invites the batter onto the front foot, as well as you'll be having a huge opportunity to dismiss the wicket. Oh, that's edge run. Goes past the slip fielder. Oh, that's by signal by the on-field umpire. Pardon me for the miscommunication. It's not edged. Couple of runs for the batting side, Orcas 11. One more. That's a little closer. And a dot ball to end the over. 6 overs up, 43 for no loss. Straight away bowling onto the pads. Speaking about this approach of bringing onto the spinners in the power play, it's pretty decent, but when you look at the numbers, 6 overs 43 for no loss. When you won the toss, you have preferred to bowl first, and bringing up 2 off spinners against right-handed batters is obviously captains will be having different approaches altogether. We've seen different captains going with the different trends. Even that is a point where 30 overs cricket differentiates them. Some captains will be preferring to go with 4 overs with 2 bowlers, 4 overs with 2 bowlers, kind of traditional concept. And some captains will introduce every new bowler in every 2 overs. Oh, that's pretty closer. Nishant, the new bowler, starts off with a couple of dot balls. And some of these captains will rely more on spinners, especially when they play in Chennai. Oh, this time that's high in the air. Fielder chases the ball and that's taken. That's wicket number 1 is here. Nishant came in, spinner number 3, and he brought in the breakthrough that they're looking for. 43 for 1. Vijay has to depart. 9 runs of 19 deliveries as he's walking back to the pavilion. That's the shot. Couldn't get the right elevation. He was not closer to the ball. It's not even in his range when he struck the ball. That eventually made him to lose his wicket. Vijay unfortunately walks back to the pavilion. 43 for 1 here, Orcas 11. In at number 3, Chandru, the new batter. Straight away, trying to squeeze it at the point direction. Been a wonderful over so far, with one more to complete this over. Oh, beautiful shot. Bowled on to the pads. Wonderful use of wrist. And he's getting off the mark with that single. 44 for 1. Continues out with the dot ball. The resources have been pretty impressive with them. Plenty of spinners in action, as we've seen. Oswin Ray, Nishant Ishwar. Strong shouts. He was pretty confident. As the on-field umpire shows, it's the height factor that didn't convince the on-field umpire. Played through the covers and a cheeky single. Good running between the wickets. And this brings the man in form on strike. 23 of 21, Madhu MV. Surely this is not going to be enough for them, but at the same time, they've got to have something to fight on. It's really good to see Goacc are having plenty of spinners. As that's the reason, that would have been the reason they have chosen to bowl first. Short ball again, and that is a fielder in place. Will be just a single. And if I'm the skipper, I'll never ask my bowlers to bowl any short ball or flat ball to this man. Madhu is waiting in back foot. This is quite good under control. Just pushes the batter to come forward, but at the same time, not an easy one to play on. A flight of slow deliveries will still work in 30 overs cricket. It's pretty close, a good work. End of 8 overs, and that's the end of power play. 47 for 1, Orcas 11. Continues out to bowl Nishant. Chandru seems to be an animated busy cricketer. He's focusing on to give some work to the scorer. Turkish outside edge as the fielder chases down the ball. There'll be a couple of runs on the board here. That's quite good under control. The more this man plays, the better the innings will improvise. Just keep on moving the scoreboard. And now the fielders are being extended. There is a long on in position, deep mid wicket in position, and a deep square leg. Sweeper cover and long of typical post power play field positionings. And this is going to be bread and butter for this man. Chandru could easily rotate the strike and get back to the non-strikers in. The rest will be taken care by Madhu, who's very well set in this innings. As you could see, the brightness, the kind of hotness we are facing is getting heavy day by day. One more onto the back foot. Almost 90% of his runs came batting squarer. That's team 50. In fact, 51 for 1 Orcas 11. 176 is the projected score as of now. I think this is the delivery they should bowl to Madhu. I still believe that there is something that they could do better and get this man. Single to end the over. That's 9 overs completed, 53 for 1. Keshavardhan, the new bowler. This brings that bowler number 5 into the game, and we are heading into the 10th over. There have been a variety of bowlers to watch out for in this innings. So this mix-up will continue on in the middle overs too, 11 to 20. And what would be the timeline of death overs? Is it 21 to 30 or is it 26 to 30? That depends upon the kind of basement that the team puts in the power play, as well as the first 20 overs. As of now, with the way how they are travelling, after 20 overs they'll be having a lot of resources, since they lost only 1 wicket and there are 2 set batters. There will be 2 set batters if these 2 batters continue till the 20th over. Oh, that is pretty close. As the on-field umpire couldn't be convinced by the bowler. Quite good under control. The same field positionings, long on, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, sweeper cover and long off. I think they should do something out of the box to stop themselves from rotating the strike. Maybe that would help them to push the batters under pressure so that the wickets might fall. If you keep the field open, there will be a lot of spaces for strike rotation. Look at that. That's a catch is the call, but nobody is there. It's a pretty decent ground. The boundary distance was pretty longer, so we'll anyway get the single. I think this is what should be kept in control. There should be one short mid-wicket fielder or someone to control the singles, because we're pretty sure that at this point of time no batter will take unwanted risks. The batters will keep on focusing on rotating the strike. The batters will keep on focusing on improving the run rate, but not in a hurry-burry purpose. So the scoreboard will be moving with a safe and secure stroke makings. So by this time the bowler should try to trigger the batters to go for big shots. That's what I've been speaking about. The intentions were pretty clear. We have to find solution for such intents. Oh, that's pretty close. Not something to be played on the back foot. Dot ball to end the over. That gets the bat signals down. Batter will be getting just a single, but wide signals the on-field umpire. Look, that's in the air. Short mid wicket would be a different answer for that. But anyway, continues out to bowl Nishant M, the only wicket taking bowler so far. As of now, Orcas 11 were batting pretty decently. This will surely ensure them 180 or more than 180. But whereas this phase will be very dangerous to watch out for. The 11 to 20, where the bowling side would try to come back stronger. A couple of wickets, 3 to 4 wickets in this phase might slow themselves down. Oh, he tried his best, but that eventually went on to be a single. I still say that this is an open game plan against Madhu. Don't let him go into the back foot. The pressure is slightly building onto the bowling side, as Orcas 11 batters were pacing this partnership perfectly. I believe that 160s would also be in a winning total, so they're way ahead of it. Oh, this time fell short of the field though. No chance of that reaching the hands. I'd still say Madhu is having something that supports him today. If it's in the air, not reaching up the fielder's hands. Dot ball to end the over. That's 63 for 1 after 11. Keshav then continues to bowl. There is a short mid wicket in position, so that stops them from rotating the strike. Still no signs of a left arm spinner. Maybe that's not something that's not working on their side. If one left arm spinner is there, that would be a different approach altogether, since they're having a lot of right handers and there is a left hander batters also waiting in the dugout. They'll be in action soon. It's pretty close, so this is what something that's pretty much important, and especially this man of the non-strikers and Chandru is the leading run scorer for Orcas 11 in the tournament. In his 5 innings, he have scored 168 runs with an average of 42. So he'll be the man to look out for, to keep up the momentum which he carried throughout the tournament. And there is Kishore, and there is Vijay who lost his wicket earlier. But the other cool batters, oh, that was a little early jump, I think, through the covers. Good work done by the fielder. There was an opportunity, but not an easy one. Strong shots missing down the leg. Seems that it got its bat. Couple of runs on the board. Very interesting phase to watch out for, as we've seen, as we spoke a lot about picking wickets, and this phase is pretty much important for the bowling side. Goacc. So if I'm the skipper, I would have added one more slip fielder in position, or that'll be cover point within the 30th circle. By any cost, we should not let the batters to rotate the strike. Bowling onto the same batter will increase the probability of beating up them. That's pretty important at this point of time. So understanding the core strength of the side and stopping that will help them. So as a batting unit, I'll pretty sure that they'll be building the partnership. They'll be just rotating the strike for the next 5 to 6 overs. Don't let that happen. As an opposition, you should block the game plan of any side, either if it's batting or bowling. That's pretty much important. One more dot ball. Straight away gets a single done, and he's moving into the 30s. Steps out and trying to find the aerial route, and that is taken. Wonderful catch taken, and hugely efforted shot to leave himself out of the ground. Chandru, the key batter, in fact the leading run scorer for this side, is the non-strikers in. Yeah. On the other hand, Madhu waited for a very long time and tried to take on Keshavardhan. Unfortunately couldn't clear the boundary ropes. As you could clearly see, the key batter have lost his way in the middle. Chandru walks back to the pavilion. That brings up Kishore, the new batter. He is one among the key batters for the side. Kishore, Chandru and Vijay were top run getters for the side. Now they've lost 2 of them. It's up to Kishore, the left-handed batter. 68 for 2 now, Orcas level. That Sairam, the new bowler, straight away came in and brought in the breakthrough that they were looking for. I think they would have brought such bowlers early in the innings. Maybe that's up to the kind of game plan that the captain is coming up with. A wonderful leggy to watch out for. Swing and a miss straight away. Kishore looking animated, as it seems like he have came up with a game plan while entering into the ground. This is pretty important that Leggy came in and brought in the breakthrough. The phase that we're speaking about, the most dangerous phase in a 30 overs cricket match between 11 to 20. You would have set the platform, but you would have get collapsed in the middle overs, or you wouldn't have got a right start. You could make it up at the middle overs. So 11 to 20 is a time to make up or time to break the lineup. So as a bowling unit, you have to give your pure strength, all the mainstream bowlers in action in this phase of cricket, where you could fetch a lot of wickets, especially if you bring up the spinners with right matchups. Oh, that's high in the air. Sairam under the ball, and that's taken. One more wonderful catch. Irresponsible shot here from Kishore that made him to lose his wicket without scoring. 2 wickets for Sairam as of now, but this one is a blunder mistake by a batter when you have almost 18 overs in hand and you are trying to put your cross bat. Was not the right way to approach a final match. Kishore walks back without scoring. 69 for 3. .69 for 3. Vicky, the new batter, in at number 5 for Orcas 11. The team will need a big innings from these batters. One should stood up and play responsibly. Beautiful control. Took straight bat in control, and that's a wonderful over coming to an end. Continues off to bowl Keshavardhan. Now the expectations will be heavily on Madhu. He's the only set batter so far. So this 31 is not enough for this big day. So they may be expecting him to make it into 80s and 90s. Convert it as a long innings. That's quite good, under control. A flighted one, a quicker one. But I'll still say this is not the right ideology against batters like Madhu. If you bowl quicker one, they'll play it into the back foot. There are good back foot punches, there are good late cuts. So it's always better to flight the ball with good rhythm that could beat the batters up and could fetch the wickets for the bowlers. Beautiful shot as it travels and goes past the boundary ropes. Excellent stroke making. He just draws a fine line and the ball travels through that line. This is a much needed boundary at this point of time from Madhu. Flighter delivery catches the call. As that fell short. There are many opportunities, but those were not properly reaching the hands of the fielders. Madhu is having a little bit advantage today when it comes to these things. But anyway, that brings back the newbie on strike. Vicky yet to get off the mark. That's straight to a flat and quick delivery. One more time as Vicky is taking his own time to get at the mark. One more dot ball to end this over. That's 75 for 3. Beautiful shot. One more time. If that goes in that region, it would be Madhu for sure. That's the kind of quality that he's shown throughout the day. A little squirey batter with the likes of Travis at Quidike. Moves into the 40s now. It's not just about the techniques. For the techniques, we could find a lot of loopholes. We could find a lot of game plan against such batters. But despite of those game plans, how he is surviving and playing that innings, that matters a lot. That's the case of Brian Lara. That's the case of Sachin Tendulkar. That's the case of Chandrapal. There are so many good batters who are not conventionally perfect with all the aspects could appeal, but somehow they managed to survive. Steve Smith is also a good option, good example of that. On that note, I've been speaking about this thing of Madhu, that he's playing into the back foot and playing a lot of cut shots and late cuts alone to score boundaries, but still he's not losing his wicket. But this time it's high in the air, fielder in position, puts it down. Something is there for Madhu today. Something is there. This was a quality side. Goacc have caught all the catches, all the tough catches, height catches possible. But when it comes to Madhu, the catches didn't reach the fielders on time, and even the reached catch was not taken by the fielder. This time the fingers goes up, but somehow this man gets a wicket. One more for him. Sai Ram gets his third one. Once the leggy came in, the right-handed batter started walking out. Vicky lost his wicket without scoring second duck today. That's 80 for 4 Orcas 11. Not the right length to bowl. That beats the fielder as it goes to the boundary. Straight away gets the boundary after that wicket. And that's pretty good start to Ilavarsan. Gets up the mark with that boundary. So far 3 wickets for Sai Ram despite a one drop catch. This will straight away ease the pressure out from the batter. Though this bowler picked up 3 wickets, I could be able to score a boundary if he bowls a loose delivery, as he's adjusting himself onto the field. Oh, that's pretty closer to the bails. Wonderful work by this man. Sai Ram is impressive today. Dot ball to end the over. That's 84 for 4. Gets with a single. Ishwar back into the attack. So shuffling up with the spinners is going to be the one tactics that they will be following in the middle overs. As we've spoken about left arm spinners and leggies in action, one leggy came in, changed the context of the game. If they have planned with one or two leggies or left arm spinners, things would be different today. That gets thickish outside edge. Will never be a single. Is trying to flight the ball to the new batter. One more good, taking things under control. That's the beauty of gully cricket in Chennai. You can never brand a batter as a number 6 batter, number 7 batter, tail ender, or a pure bowler. Everyone will be having something to say with the bat. That's the brand of cricket that Chennai shows. Oh, this seems to be a little low as the fingers going up. Celebration started. The man in form, the top run getter so far today, have lost his way in the middle. The back foot shots have been a go-to option for him today, but the same back-footed approach destroys the wicket. Good innings from Madhu comes to an end. 42 runs on his name, 7 boundaries for him as Ishwar dismisses him now. He's walking back to the pavilion, 86 for 5. Strong shouts, 2 sounds over there. Could hear 2 sounds over there, but the on-field umpire is not getting convinced. There have been a discussion as the wicketkeeper is pretty sure that it is the wicket. Jayasurya, the new batter. Only Jayasurya knows the answer, and they needed the DRS that we are not having in this tournament. But yes, I heard 2 sounds, but I'm not sure whether it hit the bat or not. Jayasurya knows the answer anyway. As you could see, little birds over there. Spectacular views. These were outskirts of Chennai. That you have to travel some 5 to 10 kilometers to see the real traffic and essence of Chennai. So these places were western outskirts. So that nativity looks will always be there. This time the fingers were going up. Nothing lost over there. The straight away the next delivery went on to be the breakthrough. As a new batter came in, tried to go for a sweep shot. And this is not the first time as a new batter is putting cross bat. There is no such restriction that you should not put cross bats, but there should be some safe and secured measures when you're new to the innings. But unfortunately, Jayasurya's intent of going for sweep shot is not working today. 86 for 6, Orcas 11. New man into the crease to accompany Ilavarasan in at number 8 here, Orcas 11. It's an unusual start for them. They've been struggling here. Only one set batter so far in this innings. That's Madhu MV who lost his wicket to Ishwar in this over. 2 wickets for Ishwar and 3 wickets for Sairam. This spell have been outstanding for them. Shaktivel Velusamy, the newbie, have to carry a lot of responsibilities. Anything less than 140 maybe a fighting total, but you cannot be sure of winning the game. That should be kept in mind by Orcas 11. Shaktivel, the new bowler, moving on to pace, and the fingers were going up. One more wicket, and Ilavarasan is not happy with the decision. He believes that it is not having any feather, but the fingers have gone up straight away once the appeal was approached by the bowler. Shaktivel came in and picks up his first wicket. 86 for 7 it is. Disappointed Ilavarasan walking back to the pavilion. Parthiban, the new batter. 2 newbies now. Good start to Shaktivel. been a multi-dimensional approach from them. Look at the bowling cards. 7 bowlers so far, including Shaktivel. Just 2 of them were pace bowlers, Said Jamil and Shaktivel. Rest of them were spinners. Oswin Roy, Ishwar 2 wickets. Nishant 1 wicket. Keshavardhan 3 overs, 14 for 0. Sairam picked up 3 wickets. Surprising thing is, why didn't Sairam continued? He got couple of wickets. Even a drop catch happened in his over. So if he continued to bowl, that'll be a different result altogether. Straight away, rhythmic bowler was cut down over and Shaktivel was given when there was no need for the 7th bowler. But anyway, he eventually picked up wickets. That's the kind of... Sometimes the captains will go with the instinct. That instinct will always have strong result-oriented approach. And that's why bringing up Shaktivel and dismissing the batter was working well for them. So right from the beginning we spoke about the importance of middle overs batting. From 11 to 20, they've lost most of their wickets. Orcas 11 spoiled their middle overs batting. On the other way, the Goacc have did really well in the middle overs with the ball. They've utilized the middle overs. Just taking back a look at all the wickets have fell in the middle overs. Almost 6 wickets in the middle overs between 13th to 17th over. Which is a span of 5 to 6 overs, they lost 6 wickets. It was 43 for 1 at some point of time. He was desperate to invade the stumps. But anyway, that brings up the first single. He's getting off the mark with that single, Parthiban. Just reminding me of the previous night's game, where the Knights have made their opposition to fumble in the ground. Similarly, now Goacc is doing same kind of approach. Middle overs, spin attack is working well for them. Gets off the mark, Shaktivel with that single. That's a misfield. Offers them the extra run. 2 to end the over. That's 17 completed. Into the back foot as it swings. The moment he hit the ball, I thought it will go for boundary. Good save at the long off region. Oh, that's pretty close. As Ishwar continues off to bowl. But I'll still expect Sairam to continue. Just 2 overs for him, 3 wickets on his name. If a bowler has that wicket-taking nag, they should try with the same bowler. Ishwar is not happy with that act. Now the aim of Orcas 11 would always be to focus on the entire 30 over or to focus on the next 40 to 50 runs. That's pretty important for them. Certain totals were psychologically good totals. If you score 100, it will be way differ from 99. psychologically the triple digit number will give a different confidence. Similarly, if they could be able to make it from this situation, 140 or 150 would be a wonderful inning number to defend. Big shot, and that beats the fielder. Goes for the maximum, first maximum of the innings. That comes from the bat of Parthiban. Bit of desperate approach here, but that's pretty much important. You have only 3 wickets. Utilize the time you have. You cannot bat for 13 overs. If it's possible, that's fine, but having 3 wickets in hand, attacking intent is a good option. This time catches the call. That fell short of the fielder. Good response from Ishwar. This is playing a cat and mouse game from both the sides. On one ball it looks like a wonderful shot, and the other ball a wicket threat. Swing and a miss. I'm not sure whether it hits the feather or not. Dot ball to end the over. That's 98 for 7. Through the covers this time as it goes past the fielders. Good stop over there. Good cover of ground. Saves 2 runs for his side. And that brings up team 100 here for Orcas 11. They've been trying to bounce back, both Shaktivel and Parthiban. Not sure how long it's going to exist for them, but been a positive intent over there. That's on to the pads. He's looking out to be desperate, Shaktivel, to bring up that wicket. But the choice of shots were really good for them. The way how Parthiban hit that 6 and the way how Shaktivel played it through the covers. They were not playing with premeditation. They were having pretty good clarity on what they are doing. Oh, beautiful timing over there. Despite this, doesn't get any runs over there. He handled this delivery really well, Parthiban. They still could be able to make this partnership and score good runs. But rather than focusing on the 12 overs, they should focus on going for big shots. 1 or 2 wickets, the entire innings might come down. Onto the stumps again. Shaktivel just bows his arrows on point. If it's a good one, it will be respected, says Parthiban. Being quite good under control. Couple of good deliveries here from Shaktivel, just bowling at the right regions. Back to back stump to stump deliveries. I'm not sure on how the movement is working with the ball, but at this point of time, straight away angling onto the stumps might not be something that's supportive. Oh, good one again, using his wrist really well. 2 is the call from the batter. And Parthiban is coming back for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets. 2 to end this over. And that's 19 overs completed. 104 for 7. In fact, one more to complete, it seems. One more to complete. 104 for 7. The revival process is on now. Orcas 11. Despite of whatever happened in the middle overs, just one more over, the middle over will be completed. Played it through the covers. Solid stroke makings. That's why there won't be any tagline for any batters in Chennai's cricket culture. Everyone could open, everyone could bat at number 7. That's end of 19, 105 for 7. One more time onto the stumps. This gives space for the batters to settle themselves down. Change of pace. I don't think it's not working well for them. They could have brought in the spinners again. Sairam would be a good option. Consecutive dot balls over there. Ishwar have been desperate to bring that wicket. No bowler have completed their spells today since they've used multiple bowlers. Maybe Ishwar might be completing his spell, but along with it I believe that Sairam could bring up some magic. Big shot again, and no chance for the long on fielder. Goes for a maximum. One more time, Parthiban just aims the target perfectly. I think this seems to be one bounce boundary as the long on fielder was standing in front of boundary ropes. That's a wonderful approach from Parthiban, as he's not letting the spinners to settle down, though they picked up a couple of wickets early in the middle overs. That's quite a good connection over there. Now the only responsibility for Shaktivel Velusamy would be to rotate the strike and give it back to someone like Parthiban. Oh, that's taken. Wonderful catch. Not an easy one to pick up. Ishwar, look at the desperation. Wicket number 3 for him. and he was pretty desperate to pick that wicket. The celebration says it all. Taking back a look at that dismissal, it was quicker and not an easy one to pick, but somehow the fielder managed to do that. One more wicket have fallen. Shaktivel Velusamy walks back to the pavilion. It's 1-1-2 for 8, Orcas 11. $112 for 8. Hemachandran, the new batter, in at number 10. Full toss delivery, catches the call. Taken. Wicket number 9 and wicket number 4 for this man, Ishwar. A full toss delivery brought him the wicket. That's 112 for 9, Orcas 11. And they'll be having only one batter to say something. As you could see, the pigeons. There are many pigeons in this venue. They've been doing their job to clean the pitch, to clean the grasses. I think he's enjoying the vibe, he's enjoying the weather. And most importantly, he's enjoying the spinners doing some revolution. He or she, that doesn't matter. There are plenty of birds. You know, when you just reach the outskirts of Chennai, there are a lot of things to watch out for. Look at that. It doesn't care whatever happens on the wicket. He's doing what he wants to do. Anyway, coming back to this game, 112 for 9, Orcas 11. Can they be able to make some miracles at this point of time? In spite of Parthiban is in good form, if he gets a strike consistently. Hi. Shiva, the last batter, in at number 11. That's high in the air. Fielder under the ball. Drops it. Should have been the end of this innings. But yes, we have to settle down to see some of the dramas. But anyway, this is not the first time it's happening for this man. Sairam has been the go-to option for them. One 2 for 9. Shiva's trying to do something. Never tries to mess things up, but that catch would have been given them a different result altogether. Quick one from Sairam. Surprise deliveries. I'm really impressed with this boy's performance, especially. Throughout the innings, the entire team have did really well. There was a time when spinners have bowled continuously but couldn't pick any wickets. But once the second wicket have fallen, things have started falling into their hands. Good consistency, and they've believed in their spinners. Their spinners does that magic. Not just Sairam, obviously Ishwar, Nishant Keshavardhan, Ashwin Ray, along with 2 pacers. Can he be able to make that miracle? Sairam would be wicket number 4 for him if he gets that batter. Dot ball again, and that brings us to the end of this over. 1-1-3 for 9. Straight away onto the patch. If something could happen, as of what Shivam Dubey did in the last night, a couple of boundaries here and there could increase that total. That's into the hands of Parthiban. Oh, that's clean ball, but no chance for that, says Ishwar. Gets his 5th wicket. 5-4 for this man. Took up the responsibility. Started doing the revolution right from the beginning of this innings and picked up 5 wickets on his name. Look at that. This time cleaning him up. Overall, it's a wonderful performance from Goacc. That's what I've been speaking about right from the beginning of this innings. The track record may say different things, but when it comes to final, when it comes to special day, special performances, we'll always get the results that we were looking for. And that hand, Goacc, after winning the toss, they've decided to bowl first. Starting, it was good sign for batters, but after the middle overs, things have started falling into their hands. Winning the toss have worked well for them. They've chosen the right option, and that worked well for them. 1-1-3 is the overall score by Orcas 11. They'll be really happy to chase down 1-1-4. But let's wait for Orcas 11's bowler to say something for this game. There may be some dramas to watch out for. Let's open the second innings. right into the second innings. This may be an easy chase, or is it going to be a low target defend contest? We've seen that happen quite a bit in T20 cricket. The last T20 World Cup finals, nobody would forget that. The game that went out of India's hands and somehow India came back. That doesn't mean that Orcas 11 are going to do an Indian cricket style. But yes, there are some hopes for both the sides that anything could happen, especially in limited overs cricket. Red ball is going to be an advantage for the bowling side, and they may be having a pretty much clear graph on what works in this wicket. Leg spinners are doing well, off spinners are doing well. Comparatively, paces doesn't get much purchase here, except that Shakti Wales 1 wicket. So to defend 114, what needs for them and what they could do? They'll be having a clear game plan. They want 6 out of 6. A winning side knows how to win, so that needs to be kept in control. On the other hand, here the Goacc are in great rhythm. They bowled really well. Now with the bat, they will transform the talent and try to finish things off as quick as possible. For Orcas 11, Jayasurya, the pick of the bowler, 9 wickets on his name. So he'll be expected to do a good performance along with Ilavarasa, who's also the other good bowler to watch out for, both sharing 9 wickets in the wickets column. On the other hand, we are watching the openers walking into the crease. As you could see, looking out to be confident. This seems to be pretty disciplined side, the Goacc, with the way how they approached for the appeals, with the way how they stood strong for the wickets. There were certain things where they followed the basics really well. Maybe that's one of those reasons, the discipline and following the basics would always stick with you with the game. As I could see the wicketkeeper wearing helmets on. So chance of spinners early in the innings. Typically wicketkeepers won't wear helmets. That's not a rule, but they'll feel comfortable if the helmets were off while facing the fast bowlers. As the bowler was handed over the ball. Right, the moment is on. Long on in position, deep mid-wicket in position. As of expected, the leading wicket taker for the side is holding up the ball in his hands. Jayasurya. So if someone have to take the team to the winning side, that would be this man. Right into the first ball. That's offered wide. As the account gets opened here, gets off the mark. Goacc. Danus and Sheikh Nisharuddin were the openers. A lot will be expected from both the batters to keep the momentum high and try to finish things off as quick as possible. Letting the ball to come onto the bat as he's having the complete control over the ball. Speaking about the domination of spinners, at any point of time we could see the spinners in action. Strong shouts, and that's turning down the leg. It's been quite a good control over that. Speaking about the low target defense, there have been a long back stories to speak about this particular aspect of the game. It's been a big motivation, it's been a big lesson to have one thing in mind: hope. As we've seen in the movies, hope is the biggest thing that could carry a team to move forward. Either it would be Mumbai Indians in 2013 to 2019, or the India's spectacular performance in 2 T20 World Cup victories. You could see the win margin was very low in these occasions. They made it happen. That's what it matters a lot. So they should try focusing on such aspects of the game. Though it's a low target, it's not impossible to defend such targets. So they should go with apt field positionings. They should not consume even a single that easily. That way it will work. Consecutive dot balls might push the batters under pressure and things will fall in place. As of now, Jayasurya have been phenomenal with the ball. What matters a lot is they shouldn't let the batters to leak those singles anywhere on the ground. As you could see, close fielders at the covers at the short mid wicket, so they'll restrict the batters from scoring runs. Strong shouts, but put it down over there. You gotta wait and watch on the umpire's signal. So far no signs of wide being given, so that's probably a drop catch or onto the paths of the batter, whatever. That's off a dot ball. One more to complete this over. 2 for no loss. So far it's been pretty decent performance. They need early breakthroughs. The first 5 overs they need to pick wickets, and for the batter's point of view, they have to finish the game as quick as possible. They shouldn't let the bowlers to come on, set themselves and pick wickets. That's a wonderful over coming to an end of single over. 2 for no loss. Different approaches over there. It's been a conventional approach, to be very honest. As we've seen in the first innings, the Goacc have tried a lot of spinners in the power play. Only 2 overs for the pacer, rest of the overs being bowled by different spinners, and that worked well for them after the 11th over. But here it's a different approach. In fact, conventional approach. They are using 2 pacers. Of course, the teams will rely on their own strengths. But as of today, we've seen fast bowlers didn't have much of traction comparing to the spinners. And once the ball gets older, spinners starts to dominate the game. If you're having wrist spinner, that's an advantage. If you're having left arm spinner, added advantage. We've seen wrist spinner doing really well in the first innings, along with Ishwar, who picked up 5 for today. Overall, 9 wickets for the spinners, 1 wicket for the pacer. 4 overs, 1 wicket for the pacer. I think that must be kept in control, because the biggest question for any captain would be whether I should stick on to my team strength or I should stick on to the conditions. For example, if the condition suits well for the spinners, you will be having fast bowlers as your core strength. Where will you approach these tactics? And there are several examples. Whatever the condition may be, it may be a turning track, but Jasprit Bumrah will surely bowl his 4 overs. And those aspects, the team will stick on to their own strengths. Oh, wonderful delivery, not letting the batters to get any room over there. And speaking about these aspects, at the same time, if the condition is a spinning track, they'll use some of the part-time spinners in the line. So it should be a conventional approach on both the aspects, but what needs to be done at what point of time is most important. The first 5 overs will be very crucial for Orcas 11. They needs to pick 1 or 2 wickets so that they could push some pressure on the batters. One more ball, just ball after ball on the same region. That shows the kind of discipline he's maintaining, Shiva. Not even a feet forward. That would be an advantage for the batter. He could easily play a front-footed shot. Or not even a feet backward. That could help the batter to go into the back foot to play the pull shot or cut shot, whatever. This is a perfect length. That's not letting him to come forward either or to go back. Catches the call and that's taken. But no signs of fingers going up and the batter looking out to be confident. Did the ball pitched on the ground? If he attended the ball full toss, it would have pitched on the ground. If he attended the ball after it's pitched, there should be catch opportunity. As both the umpires were having a discussion, they'll be coming up with a result. But looking at the body language of the batter, it seems like it hit the bottom of the bat, full toss, and then it pitches and then it reaches the slip fielder. Even the slip fielder got some time to grab the catch. I think that's what being awarded. It's not out, as the batter will be continuing to bat. Yet to get off the mark, Nisharuddin, 0 of 7 balls. Just one more to complete this over. Been a wonderful over, just 1 run conceded. Right, Shiva to Sheikh Nisharuddin. A wonderful delivery and well left. Good quality cricket all round. Dot ball to end the over. That's 3 for no loss. Jayasuriya continues to bowl. They'll be expecting that first wicket, that early breakthrough, as both the paces were doing really good. Just pitching at the right areas, hitting the deck properly. Maybe stepping out or going deep would be the only option to score runs, but it's not that desperate situation at this point of time. It was low keeping at some point of time in this first innings after the power play. So you cannot trust the bounce factor 2 for a very long time. But speaking about the field positioning, for this delivery he is having a long on in position. Rest of the field is inside the 30-yard circle. 2 fielders on the onside, short square leg and short mid wicket. So if you flick it in the air, if you go for a slog sweep, there are a lot of vacant spaces. But there comes the discipline. Jayasuriya never lets you play such shots. He has all his fielders on the offside and he is bowling on the offside. Oh, that catches the call and it comfortably beats the fielder as he chases down the ball. Will be a boundary. Wonderful stroke, just checking the ball as it meets the middle of the blade. Just taking back a look at those shots. Classical stroke makings. Look at that. He's just checking it. But that's much enough in the new ball to clear the boundary ropes. Good try from Shiva anyway. Positive intent here. First boundary of the innings. Just waiting for the right balls to punish. That's why I mentioned about the field positionings. Offside is fully protected. He's not letting you to bat on the onside. Then the only option you have is to go over him. That's what he did. Dhanush. It's been adding a little bit of pressure over there. Still no signs of them changing the field positioning. They've been expecting that 1 wicket to fall. 1 wicket will change the entire context of the game. Good call from the batter. And a wonderful running between the wickets. been doing this really well, but now this is going to be the crucial phase. The batter was struggling a lot to get his first run. Dot ball again. I think they could step out, or if I'm the skipper, I would have keep the wicketkeeper closer to the stumps so that I could restrict the feet movement. Already I could stop the batters with my quality fast bowling. And yes, having a close keeper behind the stumps will lock the batter from experimenting things. Catches the call. Good stop from the fielder. Tried his best. Wonderful dot ball to end the over. Oh, that's pretty closer. Good thing is he's approaching in two-way attack. One is it's not inviting you for the front foot. It's either not inviting you into the back foot, but at the same time, he's not bowling way outside the off stump. He's not bowling onto the pads. It's the line that's not appropriate for a top order batter. It's the length that's not appropriate for a top order batter. You have to step out. You have to change your crease so that you could get this in your zone. Maybe moving across or stepping forward. These kind of approaches will help. Will help them to get things done. Continues to bowl Shiva. Ten for no loss. They've been trying their patience. Another one full length delivery. And that's been taken things under control. Only if you bowl a loose delivery, I'm gonna score runs. He's having a positive intent, Dhanush. But whereas on the other hand, Sheikh Nisharuddin, 10 dot balls, though he may be a quality batter, but if it happens, the batter's mindset will get collapsed. There'll be a natural block for the batter for that one single run. This would be the right time for Shiva to grab this wicket, but at the same time, one loose delivery will end up this momentum. As he's taking his own time in the middle, Sheikh Nisharuddin. Not sure what he's expecting, but yes, I would suggest this. Just step out. Wicketkeeper is not closer. If you step out, the LBW probabilities will be very low. But don't go for aerial route. Step out and try to reach the length of the ball. Only once or twice in an over so that the bowler could automatically change his length. We cannot just simply settle the bowler. These were simple tactics. 2 sounds over there. But there have been appeal from Shiva. That's the first run is here for Sheikh Nisharuddin. He'll be pretty relaxed. It's the most challenging thing for many batters across the globe. Many successful batters have struggled for that first run. It's getting low kept. We may not be sure on what's going to happen at that point of time, but the bounce factor is impacting the game. Speaking about unsettling the bowlers, that's pretty much important at this point of time. No need to do anything out of the box, but don't just be static so that bowlers are getting comfortable to bowl at you. Good work. This footwork works. He's moving forward, trying to reach the length of the ball. It's dot ball to end the over. Continues to bowl Jayasuriya. Onto the pad straight away. But this is a loose delivery for sure. This is actually improving the confidence of the bowlers. Though they are not losing any wickets, making the bowlers to settle is not something that could be considered as the right game plan. Swing and a miss. Trying to show some desperation. Sheikh Nisharuddin. I'll still say it's just one or two boundaries away. One boundary or two boundaries will actually break the rhythm of the bowlers. They'll start bowling back off length. They'll start bowling full toss. Just unsettling the bowlers. That mind game must be happening. Oh, that's high in the air. Taken! Desperation have worked well here. Jayasuriya set the batter and made the batter to get lose his wicket. 12 for 1. Sheikh Nisharuddin's struggling innings coming to an end. Disappointed. Sheikh Nisharuddin walks back to the pavilion, but that was a wonderful field positioning. He's been exceptional on the field right from the beginning of this innings. Kishore, he wantedly stood up there behind the bowler's place. "12 for 1. That brings up the new batter, Harish Raja, in at number 3 for Game of Aspirants CC. Right, Harish Raja, a tall right-handed batter in at number 3. But Jayasurya, this man, has set up the batters and earned his wicket. I'll say that word. Oh, swing and a miss. This bounce was not there when he bowled a back off in delivery. There have been uneven bounce factors with there, but not that challenging. But the batter should also be pretty careful. Strong shouts onto the pads. No signs of that being a wicket. But Jayasurya have been exceptional with his performance today. Nothing stops this boy from shining. So far 10 wickets in this tournament. And he's one among the top wicket getters of this tournament. But the biggest question is now Jayasurya is going to complete his third over. Will he be given one more? Or are we going to watch the secondary bowlers in action? Right, dot ball to end the over. That's 12 for 1 after 5. Twelve for 1. Change of end here. But the spell never changes. It's pretty traditional that they've been using 2 bowlers for 6 overs. That's what I mentioned early in the first innings too. There are 2 different captains, 2 different kind of approaches. In first innings we've seen the bowlers getting shuffled. Almost 4 to 5 bowlers in the power play. And they've used totally 7 bowlers. But now when you look at this, it's been 6th over. So far only 2 bowlers we've seen from their side. But they've been setting a standard for the team. As both the batters are waiting for that one loose delivery. He's still standing just near the bowler. Oh, that's high in the air as the fielder chases down the ball. That fell short of the fielder, but while looking at this thing, there have been an end to the patience of any batter. If he couldn't get any boundaries or singles consecutively, mine will go for aerial route. And that's why it's always important to play carefully, but at the same time it's always important to move the scoreboard ball after ball, as the dot balls have always been adding pressure to the batters. We've seen the previous wicket, Even this would also be a catch opportunity. A good shot. Though if it's a single, that's a wonderful shot to watch out for. Trying to rotate the strike ball after ball. And there have been a lot of vacant spaces on the onside. The bowlers will genuinely not bowl on those regions. We have to make them to bowl. A little shuffle may confuse them. Another one high in the air. This time finds the fielder at long off. That's wicket number 2. This time Shiva gets the breakthrough. And the patience of Dhanush is coming to an end. But not sure, in power play only 2 fielders outside the ring. Why Dhanush is finding that one deep fielder? He'll be having his answers in the dugout. That's wicket number 2. 14 for 2. A left-handed batter, Nishant, in at number 4. Two slips in position. Oh, onto the pads. No man standing on the onside. Gets off the mark straight away with that as he's coming back for the second run. This is what needed at this point of time. This is what I've been speaking about. They kept a lot of vacant spaces on the onside and no batter have utilized that. Nishant did it perfectly, gets off the mark. Now what happens is Shiva will start going defensive. But anyway, that brings us to the end of this over. 6 overs completed, 16 for 2. Through the covers as it picks the gap and travels through the boundary ropes. Excellent stroke making. Harish Raja finally understands the root cause of the entire 6 overs problem. This is what been missing right from the beginning of this innings. That's what made Jayasuriya to get more confident. That's what made Shiva to get more confident. Boundaries in a regular interval of time, singles in a regular interval of time, grounded strokes have always been organic, and that's the way to success. And this is the gift for scoring boundary. He loses his length.
ஒரு மாதிரி பிங்க் கலரில் இல்லை.
One more time onto the pads. Just one boundary have changed the context of this over. Not even a single good one from Jayasurya. Bowled onto the pads. One through the covers, one full toss delivery. That's how it used to be. Now they're placing the covers fielders in position. They've been fighting really well here. The fighting spirit of Orcas 11 have been inspiring. Oh, hope he's okay. Yeah, he's fine it seems, Jayasurya, but that's a good shot anyway. We'll be fetching just a single. Goacc, the Game of Aspirants Cricket Club, have been trying to dominate this innings. This should have been done early in the innings, but 7th over have been progressive. If they carry the momentum similarly, they could easily reach the winning mark. No square leg in position, no fine leg in position. As you could see, slip and shot third man. Short mid wicket and long on in position. So this is pretty sure that you will be invited to play the cover drive. Ready for the cover drive. Wonderful delivery. Bringing himself back into the game, Jayasurya. Dot ball to end the over. That's 23 for 2. (23 for 2). Last over of power play. Kishore with the ball. A left arm spinner in action. Time for more dramas it seems. Time for revolution. Finally a change in the bowling attack. He's one of the pick of the bowlers for them. And he'll be holding up a lot of responsibilities. Pretty good with the way how he's trying to contain things under control. They were actually manipulating the batters on their own mindset. They want the batters to play in certain regions and they were making the batters to play in that region. Strong shouts here from the wicketkeeper. He's pretty confident, but the umpire wasn't. things are getting a little bit difficult for them. They shouldn't let things go out of their control. They should try to win the game before the 20th over. Oh, that's clean bowled! A wonderful delivery. Harish Raja extended his front foot to go for the big shot. But that's a right length bowled at the right area. Kishore gets his first one. That's 23 for 3. Goacc. Oswin Ray, the other spinner we've seen in the first innings, he's with the bat to serve his side in at number 5 for Goacc. Will the spin revolution bring back the magic we've seen in the first innings? Slips in position, same field positioning. Continues to bowl Kishore. Full toss delivery this time. He wanted a desperate single. No chance of that being a single. Continues up to bowl. Been a fantastic over so far in this over. One more to complete this over. 4 dot balls on the wicket. That fell short of the field. A wicket made in here for Kishore to begin his first over. 23 for 3 after 8. Played it through the covers. Invited him to play for the cover drive. Interesting to see with the way how they're truly trusting on the pacers. Jayasuriya continues to bowl his 5th over. That shows the kind of confidence that they're having on his name. And they desperately need one more wicket, that's pretty sure here. That fell short. Look at the aggression. Look at the aggression. Just trying to give 200%. They know what they're doing. They know what they have to defend. So the champion attitude is there here from Orcas 11. From each and every cricketer, the captaincy, the field positioning, it's been top notch. Once again, this is what having been contained as a regular story today. The fielders were not completely extended, though the power play is completed. Long on, long off, and deep mid wicket in position. Rest inside the 30-yard circle. Change of pace here from Jayasuriya. And this is what I mentioned about the captaincy. Just because the power play got over doesn't mean you have to place all your 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. The batting side is struggling, so they have only 3 fielders outside the circle and still more fielders inside the 30-yard circle trying to attack the batters. Onto the pads, that's been placed properly as the outfield offers them a boundary. Oswin Roy gets off the mark with that boundary. Not the right line to bowl on from Jayasuriya. A much needed boundary at this point of time for Goacc Cricket Academy. Fell short, as he's having pretty good confidence on what he's doing. 28 for 3. Flighted delivery, played it through the covers, catches the call. Oh, that beats the fielder. That's a maximum. A few inches here and there. A bit of risky shot here from Nishant. But to be very honest, it's needed at this point of time. Good way to welcome Kishore. Close. Wonderful delivery from Kishore. Good comeback. Still there is a wicket threat in this over, to be very honest. The batters must be very careful. Even with that maximum, it was just few yards from being a wicket opportunity. Oh, but this time he never misses the opportunity. That's the kind of power Orcas 11 are bringing into the game. Nishant wanted to shift the gears, but the shot selection is not working out well for him. And Kishore having conceding a sixer in the first ball. This was a very good comeback from him. 34 for 4 now Goacc, and they were in real trouble. Ishwar, the skipper himself, into the crease. The one who picked up 5 for today. And some cricketers will never be judged by their skills or techniques. They'll be judged by their thought process and mindset. I believe in such things. I don't say Ishwar is a mystery spinner or he'll be having multiple variety of turns, but what he has is the kind of mindset, the temperament matters a lot. So believe that even with the bat, batters like Ishwar could easily transform this game into their favor. It should be his day, to be very honest, if that needs to be happen. Anyway, in at number 6, Ishwar on strike. On strike, Ishwar. Solidity comes into play. They wanted that single, and that's a quick single. Gets off the mark with that single, Ishwar. Kishore have been phenomenal with the ball so far in this innings, and Orcas 11 have been fighting back really well. The script that we've been speaking about, a low target defense, is having more possibilities from now. It's quite good under control. As he is going for single and bringing that strike back to Ishwar, with one more to complete this over. Tossed up, and that's been punished hard at the fine leg region. Boundary to end the over. That's a wonderful stroke, making 40 for 4, Goacc. It's 40 for 4, continues out to bat. This is going to be an interesting battle to watch out for. Gautam, the new bowler, into the attack. Pretty good shot over there. With the entry of Ishwar onto the field, and he's playing games in the opposition. The mindset might transform from now. The intent might be positive. He's pretty expressive on the field. We've seen while bowling, we've seen while batting. So there has been a lot of space for dramas today. Flight or delivery. I think he was not ready. Continues out to bowl Gautam. This is going to be interesting. Trying to be defensive. But yes, as long as Ishwar stays in the crease, this is going to be a dramatic session to watch out for. He'll try something out there to keep the momentum going forward. And his expressions, his way of expressing emotions were too dark to watch out for. Continues out to bowl Gautam. Too many slower deliveries. Even slower this time as he pulls away. Will be just a single that brings back strike to Ashwin. And he'll be, to be very honest, expressing things to be on his control. It's up to Ashwin on how he's going to accompany with Ishwar to proceed the entire innings. Oh, this is interesting. The way how he's using the slow deliveries to threat the batters. With one more to complete this over, Ashwin must be very careful on approaching such bowlers. It may be tempting at times, just move forward and go for big shots, but he's bowling really slow. Dot ball to end the over. That's 42 for 4. Now Vijay, the new bowler, the skipper himself, gets the ball to challenge Ishwar. This is going to be an interesting battle to watch out for. Extra flight to delivery that will be awarded wide. As he's trying to contain things under control, this is going to be an interesting battle. As long as Ishwar faces Vijay, who will dominate this face-off. Couldn't get much connection over there. They're not giving much pace on the ball, so playing it over the fine leg is not going to be an easy task for them. The only possibility will be square leg, where there is a fielder standing at deep. It seems like both the teams are fighting each other. They may take the game deeper. Right, Ashwin Raj on strike. Beautiful shot, excellent use of feet, as he rocked back at the right time to play it into the back foot. Since they're bowling slower, you cannot expect the ball to skid on. It's going to be slow and bouncy. It's pretty possible to play it into the back foot. Wonderful playing. And that's important. We spoke a lot about that low target defense. That fight was there with Orcas 11. Similarly, that fight was also there with Goacc. Not sure who's going to make it happen, but this is going to be a very close contest to watch out for. We thought that by 15th over the result will be delivered, but still it's unsure on who's going to make it. moves across again and trying to place it into the gap. And that's a misfield, which eventually goes to boundary ropes. A much needed boundary at this point of time. And it wasn't ended up as of expected from Vijay. 49 for 4. $49 for 4. The first 12 overs have been pretty dominant with the ball, as Orcas 11 have picked up wickets at the regular interval of time. Through the covers, and that's dropped. That is dropped. At this level of cricket, the kind of pressure that they are facing, this should be an easy one. But anyway, things will happen. $50 up here for Goacc. 50 for 4. The cheeky single, certain mess-ups happening on the field. The opportunities of dismissing the batters is going down. One more flighter delivery. This time it's a misfield as the long off fielder chases down the ball. Excellent shot as it goes for boundary. A positive intent from Oswin Ray. Post power play, the batting gets better for them. They have started approaching the spinners really well. Look at that. That's an excellent stroke making that even long off or even the covers couldn't do anything with that. Quick one, wonderful delivery. Just Kishore is trying to bring up a lot of revolutions with the ball. He's looking to bring his rhythm back. Oh, that's pretty closer. Just inviting the batters to come on front foot and stretch themselves as maximum as possible. Fell short of the fielder. Dot ball to end the over. That's 55 for 4. Just moving on to the back foot. Starts off with the dot ball. Gautam. All eyes on any one of these batters' wicket as both of them setting themselves properly in the innings. Tossed up, and that's been punished hard at the Skylark region. He's actually finding ways to score runs here. Just 58 more runs required to win the game. This becomes pretty much easier for Goacc now. One or two boundaries here and there will make the game easier for them. Some chats were going on. They're planning for something to stop the batter scoring runs. Into the back foot as it found the fielder. And that's why it's pretty much important to find some innovative field positionings. You may not be sure on what the batters were thinking. If the batters were start to rotate the strike, you can't stop them from moving the scoreboard. And at some point, surprisingly, Ishwar will attack you, mostly at the square or fine regions. So it's going to be pretty important to carry the momentum forward. This time he got the connection as he was looking for. Fielder in place. And no chance of going for the second run. It will be just a single. Punches through the sweeper cover. Will be just a single to end this over. That's 59 for 4. Onto the pads 2 is the call from the batter. As he's running back for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets.
ரொம்ப டார்க்காக தெரிய ஆரம்பிச்சு ஆப்போசிட் லெஃப்டில் சன்லைட்டு. ஓகே ப்ரோ. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கம்மி பண்ணுங்க. கம்மி பண்ணுங்க.
Onto the pads as it's turning down the leg. Orcas 11 were finding it difficult to get that one wicket that could change the context of the game. The moment when Ishwar came onto the field, Goacc have started finding right rhythm on their way to success. This is a big final. And Orcas 11 are unbeaten so far in the tournament. That's a misfield. In fact, not a misfield. That's not possible to chase down the ball. Perfect placement by the batter. Look at that. He played it as square as possible, but the sweeper cover was standing aligned with the cover's fielder. Excellent stroke making. Good placement from the fielder. The partnership is getting improved. A few boundaries or sixers every over will change the context of this game. Strong shouts, a wonderul delivery, extra revolution, extra turn, mobilizing the energies again and again. Orcas 11 are still looking confident. Solidity comes into play. Continues out with the dot balls with one more to complete this over. 65 for 4. Kishore, 2 wickets for him so far. They were looking for that one partnership break to happen. Single to end the over. Parthiban with the ball. A different bowling action. They've been moved to pace now. Is it going to help the batters or is it going to help the bowlers? defensive protections. Fielders are standing at the boundary ropes, and there is a short leg fielder in position. You can't slice it at the fine leg region. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control over the ball, as they've been planning to keep things under control. Full protections on the offside, no square leg and no fine leg, only one short leg fielder. No chance of that, going for a single. Misfield here, as it offers a single over there. I think I'll still say that's a straightforward approach while facing the fast bowlers. There were too much of sticking on to the basics, too much of respect to the fast bowlers. Fast bowlers were expecting something. That's what the batters are exactly doing, with 0% innovations. I think Ishwar's intents were pretty good. Even while facing the ball, his intents were to get some singles or get some runs, not to watch the ball or to stick on to the basics. I think that mindset must be there. Strong shouts over there. They've been really happy with the kind of performance in this over. Good over from Parthiban. .67 for 4. Miscommunications, but somehow managed to get that single over there. And they're running back for the second run. That's a wonderful running between the wickets. He have committed himself 200%. Such a wonderful stuff from the batter. Ishwar is giving us 200%. I think batters should learn from him. Every single run is important at this point of time. If the basic says to play it at the covers, if there is a fielder, don't play it at the covers. Open and get some single. Picks the gap as it goes past the fielders. Chance for the second run. No chance of that, going for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets. This is the intent I've been speaking about. Just opening the pace of the bat and closing the pace of the bat will fetch singles, rather than just blindly going for the basics. That's what called as intent. Both the batters are now showing some intent to keep things moving forward. On to the paths, missing down the leg. But this was something that he is looking for to get some runs on the board. Hemachandran, the bowler, moving the game with the pace again. Shiva's having a couple of overs. Jayasuriya is having an over. One more dot ball over there, adding some pressure on Ishwar, as Ishwar is trying to move the scoreboard, but the kind of delivery is being bowled on him is not something that he is expecting for. He is expecting something foolish, but this is pushing him into the back foot. Cuts it and gets the placement right. That's a stroke making that must be needed at this point of time. Just a simple trigger movement make the bowler to realign with the bowling tactics. Look at that. Just a simple body movement have made the bowler to change his liner length. That's batting. 74 for 4. With one more to complete this over. 40 runs required to win the game. Oh, that goes past the wicket keeper, leaking some runs here and there at the end part of this innings. That gets extra 2 runs for them. Hemachandran loses his line and length. That's it. If you unsettle the bowler, you will be rewarded. You will surely be rewarded. Don't too respect the bowlers if it's in your control. Onto the patch, will be fetching couple of runs over there. Possibilities for the second run. "77 for 4. 17 overs. But Parthiban continues the ball, squeezes through the point direction. Fielder chases down the ball. That's a boundary. Excellent stroke making. Get things under control. The intent that was needed in the first over is being taken in control now in the middle overs. 81 for 4. Goacc. Score. He's into his 30s now. Continues out to bowl Parthiban. This battle is getting crucial. as he's checking things under control. This time through the covers as the fielder chases down the ball. Will be just a single. He's not going for back-to-back boundaries. On to the pads. Missing the off stump. But the intent was positive.
நான் வரணுமா? சரி நான் வரேன். அவங்க வந்து வீட்டில் இருக்காங்க, நான் வேலை முடிக்கிறேன். நேற்று சொல்லியிருந்தா கூட நான் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்.
Cheeky one from the batter. Couldn't get the single that he was looking for. Final couple of runs here. Just 32 required to win the game. Beats the fielder as they're running back for the second run. The danger end will be Ishwar's in. Will be just a single to end the over. In fact, one more to complete.
மாதத்துக்கு என்ன ஆச்சுங்க வெளில? இந்த மாதத்துக்கே தரல. அதுக்குள்ளே அடுத்த மாதம் வருங்க. ஆமாம், அடுத்த மாதம் வேணும்.
31 of 34 was Swindray. Beautiful shot as the fielder chases, and he overran but still took things under control.
அது இன்னைக்கு பண்ணால் எப்படிக்கா? அது நேற்று சொல்லுங்க.
Swindray have settled down really well. He's watching the ball well.
போட்டு வச்சுங்க, நான் சொல்கிறேன்.
18 overs completed, 84 for 4. Through the covers, no chance of that going for single. Finally, they are bringing their wicket-taking bowler Shivas back into the attack, using all the troops. Change of pace, and it's working well here. Swindray is finding it difficult to keep up the momentum. Point number 1 is change of pace. Point number 2 is different pace bowlers. So these things are pushing themselves under pressure. Not going for the singles. Been bowling at the right regions. It's the same problem that they faced in the power play. Little bit of feet movements will make the bowler to change his line or length. Just an approach will help the batters to keep some momentum. Full toss that's been placed into the gaps where the fielder is standing in deep. Will be just a single. Wonderful batting, soft hands and pushing it for the singles. Sharp minds will find ways to score runs, and Ishwar is doing that really well. That's 50 partnership between the batters. Goacc Cricket Club have struggled a lot at some point after losing 4 wickets early in the innings. But Oswin Ray and Ishwar have put in some positive intent in the game. Cuts it and gets the placement right as it goes for boundary. That moves the scoreboard to 90, which is pretty interesting to watch out for. He's extending his arms and that's pretty much working well for them. 19 overs completed, 90 for 4. Interesting bowling action here from Parthiban. We've seen him bowling like that, bending himself low and then starting up the run up. Just take back a look at his bowling action, bending himself down and then soft hands again. Just play the mind games. The techniques are the common license to everyone. Everyone knows the techniques, everyone knows, have the skill. The cover drive, the straight drive, all are all common things between the batters. But how you're going to utilize that, how you're going to implement in your game matters a lot. That's why the batters are getting segregated. That's why the quality comes in. Clean ball, and Parthiban gets a breakthrough finally. A little bit of confusion to Oswin Ray whether to play it straight or to play it across. It's a mix of both, and at the end it's a wicket to Parthiban and the partnership is finally coming to an end. A wonderful innings from Oswin Ray is coming to an end, 92 for 5. Beno Anton, the new batter in at number 7 for Goacc. But this is the crucial phase of the game where the partnership got broken. The momentum is slightly falling onto the hands of Orcas 11 again. Now Beno Anton along with Ishwar should not let the momentum go out of their hands. They should carry forward the momentum, just 22 runs in front of them. Trying to play it through the covers, couldn't get the momentum that he was looking for.
கேளுமா ஆக்சுவலி நான் இப்போ பண்ண பண்ணவே நான் யாரும் எனக்கு ஒரு பண்ணுவர கூட தெரியாது.
Twenty runs required to win the game. Strong shots over there that goes past the stump line, just missing the stumps over there. Trying to bowl it on to the stumps here, Parthiban just getting on, trying the mere possibilities of making things happen. Good work from Beno on turners. He straight away got off the mark with that single. Played it through the covers but finds the fielder in place. Will be a dot ball to end the over. That's 95 for 5. Nineteen more runs to win the game. Starts off with the dot ball. Shiva to bowl his 5th over, but just conceding 14 runs in his 4 overs. He's one of the pick of the bowlers today. The batters have found it difficult to score runs against him, especially with the kind of field positionings they made against Shiva. This is interesting stuff to watch out for from young bowlers like Shiva, just focusing on the right areas according to the field positioning. So many dot balls on his name today. Full Allen delivery that gets thickish outside edge. No chance of finding runs over there. It's getting closer. The more time you give to the bowlers, the more opportunities for them to fetch wickets. It's pretty much important to keep things under control. Flicks it away, and no man standing at the deep. That's the loophole. That's the loophole against such bowlers right from the beginning of the innings. One such shots will unsettle the bowlers. Excellent stroke making. Just watch the way how he uses his wrist. Closes the bat pace at the right time, and the placement is perfect. It's all about taking that risk at the right time. Now the scorecard is clearly showing the sign that Goacc are in the driver's seat. The first ever time Orca 11 are going to find this challenge. They're unbeaten sides of the tournament. 6 out of 6 they won in the league phase to reach to the finals. It seems that streak is going to end now. As things were getting closer, Orcas 11 are finding it difficult to control things. Just 15 more runs required. If any miracle happens, we could see Orcas 11 coming back stronger in the game. But so far it's Goacc just doing things perfectly. One more time, perfectly timed over there. That's 100 up here for Goacc. 21 overs completed, 100 for 5. Hundred for 5. Now just 14 runs required to win the game. Kishore with the ball. Couldn't get much connections over there. Kishore bowls his 5th over. He's having one more to complete. So far it's a good number from him. One maiden, 25 for 2. Extra flighted delivery. That's been taken for granted. Thank you so much, says Ishwar. And that's been a gifted delivery here from Kishore. Would have never expected such a kind of balls being bowled. Sometimes these kind of invitations will happen. That extra flight intention was not working well for him. Excellent stroke making from Beno Anton. Batter name is Beno Anton, in fact. Extra pace, extra spin straight away, trying to give it back. Kishore, that goes for wide anyway. Just 9 more runs required to win the game. A few singles here and there. Extra turn. He's bringing a lot of revolution to the game. In fact, in his bowling style, he's turning the ball really well. Still no signs of long on. Cow corner in position. No mid on, no long on. Ironically, he's going to bowl over the wicket. Just going over the bowler's head will fetch them a boundary. But this is even much better. Pierces between two fielders and travels well, and the outfield does the rest of the job. A busy cricketer Beno Anton is trying to finish things off quickly. Just 4 more runs required to win this game. Four more runs to win the game. Been facing the pressure. One more beautiful timing as the fielder chases down the ball but finally reaches the boundary ropes. The boundary miracles of Beno Anton takes the team to the champion side. Goacc are the winners of this tournament and they are the champions of this Uscc Ashes 30 overs red ball cricket tournament. Been an exceptional journey. On the other side, Orcas 11 have been an unbeaten side, 6 out of 6 winning the game, and in the final they have lost their first game in the tournament and they lost the winning trophy to excellent performance, especially with the way how Ishwar took up the responsibility when the team was struggling. That partnership with Oswin Ray was the winning momentum for them, and at the end, Beno Anton have played a crucial knock to finish things off quickly. Overall, it's been an exceptional performance from Ishwar with the ball as well as with the bat. 5 wickets with the ball and 21 not out with the bat ensured that they are the winners of this tournament, and that's the result here. Goacc are the champions of this U USCC USCC Ashes Red Ball 30 Overs Cricket Tournament. Thank you so much for watching and join us in the post-match presentation.
Bye bro, thanks. Hello, 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 hello. Audio checking, audio checking, audio checking. Hello. Hard checking.
Check. Hello. Okay now. Ready now. USCC has a 30 overs red ball tournament. Final match between Goacc, Game of Aspirants Cricket Club, and Orcas team. And finals won by Goacc. Very well played Goacc. ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு டஃப் ஃபைட் இருந்துச்சு ஆக்சுவலா ஆர்காஸ் கிட்ட இருந்து ஒரு 118 தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேட்டிங் அடிச்சிருந்தாங்க. ஓபனிங் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் நல்லா பண்ணிருந்தாங்க அவங்க ஆக்சுவலா. நல்லா டாப் ஆர்டர் ஓரளவுக்கு நல்லா வந்துட்டே இருந்தாங்க. அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி மிடில் ஆர்டர்ஸ் அவங்களுக்கு பெருசா கிளிக் ஆகல இன்னைக்கு. ஒரு பேட் டே. அந்த ஒரு பேட் டேல அவங்களுக்கு இன்னைக்கு ஒரு டிராஃபி இழந்திருக்காங்க. ரன்னர்ஸ் வந்து மாறி இருக்காங்க. ஒரு டஃப் ஃபைட் கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தாங்க. GOACC ஃபேண்டாஸ்டிக்கா bowling போட்டாங்க. கேப்டனோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் சொல்லியே ஆகணும். 5 விக்கெட்ஸ் எடுத்தாரு. Man to perform in the finals. நல்லாவே பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிருந்தாரு. Well played GOACC. டீம் ஒர்க் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு அவங்க சைடு. ஒன்னு ரெண்டு மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் இருந்துச்சு பட் அத மேக்கப் பண்ற அளவுக்கு நல்லாவே பண்ணிட்டாங்க bowlingல அவங்க bowlers எல்லாரும். Very well played. Final match presentation போயிடலாம். Man of the match as we know Uscc 21 runs with the bat and 5 wickets with the ball. Best performer from Orcas team Kishore 2 wickets and a maiden. Straight away நம்ம presentations போயிடலாம். இந்த டோர்னமெண்டோட presentations. First இந்த டோர்னமெண்டோட most boundaries சந்துரு from Orcas 11. Most sixes of the tournament Parthiban from Orcas 11. Best fielder of the tournament again Parthiban. Best fielder. Best wicketkeeper of the tournament. 11 from Orcas 11. Most valuable player of the tournament Ashwin Raj from Goacc. Best batsman of the tournament Chandru from Orcas 11. Best bowler of the tournament Ishwar from Goacc. Player of the series Ishwar from Goacc. Winners and runners trophy hand over பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி running team captain விஜய்க்கு தந்து few words about this tournament. long tournament ஆயிடுச்சு actually இது நிறைய டீம் அன்னபிலிட்டினால.
Congrats for the winning team. Well played boys. Well played. Nice comeback. Starting runs leak பண்ணனும். Nice comeback. Well set and well fielded. Equally நல்ல கேட்ச் எடுத்தீங்க. So that's all the team effort. Congrats for your team. And tournament சொன்ன மாதிரி long tournament due to unavailability of some opponents, upper rain factor தான். So as சொல்ல ஆர்கனைசேஷன் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா participating teams கிட்ட just ஒரு கன்சர்ன் சொல்லுங்க. For 2 weeks availability இல்லனா ஓகே. third week participate பண்ற மாதிரி செக் பண்ணிக்கங்க. ஏனா ரொம்ப லாங்கா போயிடுது. So அது கன்சர்னா participant teams கிட்ட சொல்லிடுங்க. For 2 weeks தான் ஓகே. third week ஒரு month full போயிடுது. ஆடாம இருக்கு. செக் பண்ணிக்கங்க. ஓகே. Thanks boys.
மொத்தமா ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணி winning team captain Ishwar கிட்ட ஒரு few words about this tournament. umpires எல்லாரையும் பத்தி
ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ் ப்ரோ ஆப்போனன்ட்க்கு அண்ட் நல்ல கேம். இந்த குரூப்ல வந்து நல்ல சைடுன்னு பார்த்தோம்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்க தான். நாங்க குரூப் ஸ்டேஜ் வந்து உங்ககிட்ட ரொம்ப லோ ஸ்கோரிங்ல தோத்தோம். ஆனா எங்களுக்கு ஒரு லக் இருந்தது. ரெண்டு பால் நாங்க ஒருவேளை மிஸ் பண்ணிருந்தோம்னா உங்ககிட்ட அந்த 25வது ஓவர் வரைக்கும் நாங்க 60 ரன் பண்ணாம இருந்தோம்னா மேபி அந்த 4 பால் அந்த பையன் போடாம இருந்தா நாங்க இந்த குவாலிஃபை கிடையாது. குவாலிஃபை ஆகி வெறும் 0.03 குவாலிஃபை ஆகி உள்ள வந்தோம். எங்க டீம் நல்ல சைடு, நடுவுல கொஞ்சம் அகாடமிக்குள்ள பிரச்சனை அதனால நாங்க எல்லாமே நல்லாவே போயிருந்திருக்கோம். நல்ல இதான் எங்க டீம். இப்போ நீங்க நாங்க இப்படிதான் இருக்கோம். நடுவுல கொஞ்சம் மிஸ் ஆனாங்க. பட் இனியும் பாய்ஸ்க்கு ரொம்ப பெரிய தேங்க்ஸ். நல்லா திருப்பி கம்பேக் கொடுத்ததுக்கு. நீங்க நம்ப மாட்டீங்க, ஒரு 4 மந்த்ஸ்ல 4 டோர்னமெண்ட் 4 டோர்னமெண்ட்ல 3 ஃபைனல்ஸ் விட்டுட்டோம். இந்த மேட்ச் தான் ஃபைனல்ஸ் ஜெயிச்சு வந்திருப்பீங்க கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டப்பட்டு. அண்ட் டீமுக்கு ரொம்ப பெரிய தேங்க்ஸ். அண்ட் நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி ஆப்பனன்ட் அவைலபிலிட்டி ஒரு சில ஆப்பனன்ட்னால பெரிய டோர்னமெண்டா போச்சு. இது 2 வருஷமா ஆயிட்டு இந்த டோர்னமெண்ட். அண்ட் வெல் பிளேட் ப்ரோ. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு கிஷோர் ப்ரோ அண்ட் சந்துரு ப்ரோ அவர்தான் எனக்கு இந்த டீம்ல வந்து மெயின் அவரை ஸ்ட்ரெச் பண்ணி தான் அவுட் பண்ண எல்லா வாட்டியும். போன மேட்ச் அதுதான், இந்த மேட்ச் அதுதான் ஆச்சு. அண்ட் வெல் பிளேட் அண்ட் எல்லா கப்ஸ் கொடுத்த டிசர்விங் எல்லாமே நல்ல சைடு. ஃபியூச்சர்ல பாப்போம் ப்ரோ, வேற டீம்ல கூட்டி வந்திருக்கேன். அதே குரூப்ல இருக்கோம், கண்டிப்பா வரும். Thank you. Runners trophy. Like the captain to come and collect the runners trophy now. Vijay from Orcas. அப்படியே நம்ம வின்னர்ஸ் ட்ராஃபி அவங்களோட கேப்டன் ஈஸ்வர் வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி கேட்டுக்கறேன். கீழ இருந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணினாலே வந்துருங்க தல. பாலாஜி லைவ் கட் பண்ணிடலாம். இன்னொரு ட்ராப் மட்டும் அவங்க டீமுக்கு தரணும். சரிடா.